Okay. Hello everyone, welcome. I'm just heating up some coffee. Hey Tool. Videl. So Russian is gendered, right? So if you're a boy, you say videl. If you're a girl, you say videla. And it's not ты в chat, it's тебя. So this is kind of hard thing in Russian. It has grammatical cases, right? So it's привет, я видел тебя. And в чате. На трансляции и. Но не сказал. So didn't say это is не сказал, also past tense. So let me type it out in the chat. Here's the correct one. Hey Jumpy, hello, welcome. Let me pour up some coffee and we will begin. Yeah. Preference audio. Hey Seth, what's up, fellow gamer? Welcome. Oh shit, I need to do this. Remove the soon. Тебя is so tricky for me. When I learned у тебя есть, it made it feel like it's your. Lol, but I forget that's твоя. So у тебя есть is you have. And yours is твой, твоя. Yeah. Music is good, nice. Some tracks might be louder and higher. Now I'm playing them locally because I actually downloaded, I composed and downloaded my own playlist to my machine. So I'm playing them through VLC and I enabled normalizing by volume, but we'll see if it actually works or not. Also, hi everyone on YouTube. I see you all. See all of you as a number of concurrent viewers, but still. So what are we going to do today? The other stream, like 2 streams ago, I actually created a return macro and it works. Now I want to write some tests, make sure there's no weird bugs, maybe polish it up, maybe fix this situation, and hopefully publish it on GitHub. Idemo dragi, samo kucanje koda, nema vikenda za tebe. True, Zakica. Hello. I'm not that good at Serbian yet, but I actually understood everything you said. Yeah. No weekends. Weekends are for some other people. I am in Serbia, but I am not Serbian. It's okay. I'm obviously learning Serbian, right? Because I'm in Serbia, so it's all right. Don't worry about it. True, true, true. Monachismo. I actually like, so before moving to Balkans, I actually thought that people on Balkans like hate each other, right? And it's actually kind of a meme. Like, yeah, you will definitely hear like jokes about Albanians from Serbs, and you will definitely hear jokes about Serbs when you talk like to some dude from like Albania. But overall, I feel like it's pretty lighthearted. Like, the situation here doesn't feel heated at all, and on the internet it's also all like memes. You know, like Balkan humor subreddit and all that. That's how I learned Serbian. I read r/Serbia. Yeah, I read r/Serbia, and that's the extent to which I learned the language. And yeah, and from Dubiosa Collective lyrics too. Does Russian have a lot of synonyms? Yes, Russian does have synonyms. Originally, I'm from Russia, from Far East. So if we open the map, right? So if you open the map, here's Russia, and I'm like from here, like from here. So like from here, and you can see here's like Japan. Here's actually Alaska. So my entire life, I lived closer to Alaska than I lived to Moscow. Yep. It's not really Kamchatka, but yeah, I mean, I lived near Kamchatka, but not actually there. But yeah, how do we approach testing? I think the way we approach testing is we create a completely separate file, right? Like tests.jai. Inside of the tests, we do like maybe import that file. Right? And we have our own kind of main. And I think I will need to pull a meta program from or return into the special file. So what I mean by that is that now I have built that Jai, and it has this message loop. Right, it has the message loop, and I need this message loop to be ran, to be ran. How do you say that? I need it to run. Yeah, that's how we say it. I needed to run every time somebody imports my module, because it's essential for it to work. No, Jai doesn't have built-in testing framework, but what people usually do is it's not in hash table, but yeah, you just do oh yeah, you just have tests here, right? And I think this node is what like Metaprogram plugin does when John or Raphael build the compiler. I think it reads this node and runs the procedures at compile time. I think so. Yeah, you see that there are like multiple of them, all kind of over the repository. Right, and there's a lot of like string builder tests, for example. I don't know if those get... Yeah, no. They don't get immediate. I don't think so. And also, if I recall correctly, Raphael has Luba GitHub. He has like a tester. Shit. Wait, let me... Аднечу да се више заебавати. Хвала puno Zakica. I'll work. Yeah, 1 million followers in a year. True. Yeah. Thanks a lot. But don't worry about distracting me. It's all good. If I didn't want to get distracted at all, I wouldn't stream. Yeah, a test assertion and matcher library for Jai. Yeah. So Raphael has this. Yeah, thanks, Jumpy. It's updated for relatively recent beta. And here we have this. Right, so I assume that's what Jai also uses. And he's like assert that. Even parameterized tests. It's not the same. I see. Actually, does Jai by any chance embed something like that? No, not really. So it's just tests. Coverage. What does coverage does? So here coverage is just a regular program. Ah, yeah, this is just kind of a smoke test. So there's nothing that ships with a compiler. Also here tests for file utilities. They're actually aren't marked, just main. So maybe their stuff just runs file that are named test or something too. Oh, look at that, there's some Abner mention. Abner is Abner Coimbre, I think that's his last name. He is the guy who runs Handmade Cities conference. He used to work for Thekla on the compiler. Ah, they're not using it. I see. Okay. So what do we have here? Yeah, run the Jai. Print memory usage. What's that? Internal preamble. Interesting. Test template. Parameters build tests. Okay, so this I assume is, yeah, this is a Metaprogram plugin, right? Visit plugins, type checked. Okay. So this is a Metaprogram plugin. What's description, the Jai? Okay, some descriptions. Run the tests. So we need to load the run as a part of your build file. Okay. And call build tests. Stubborn will recursively enumerate all files ending in that spec that JavaScript programmer caught right-handed. Compile them, all methods, yep. Tests will be run in the lexicographical order. You can also compile the tests into binary instead by passing run equals false to build tests. You can run only a sub. Okay, I see. Hey Dandy, hello. Dandy McGee, hello. The compiler is too much in flux still for having other people to be that helpful, huh? Yeah, maybe, like, you know, Ryan Flaherty, or what was his last name, I forgot, whose job was just to write an assembler, right, without touching other parts kind of the language. No, not Flurry. The other Ryan, not Flurry. Yeah, the one who wrote Jai assembler. Yeah, you'd never heard of him, but yeah, yes, he's like, you know, he's not super, I guess, super public. What, Raphael test? What do we have here? Ah, yeah, the fact that Raphael works on a compiler. Yeah, I actually knew that. I had an insider info. Yeah, frozen something in the chat. True. But yeah, so I guess we can use that. But we can also just build an executable, and that's it, right? So we can start with our own thing and then transition to a library as we see fit. Tests the Jai, right? And I guess build that Jai. I guess I'll have to take this and move it out of the build file into the or return. Right, so let's do this. Right, it's kind of like Raphael has run the Jai, and he has like this. Oh, what's that? Additional linker arguments? If run. Ah, it's to compile it or not. Spec context. Ooh. So yes, we would do something like that. So it seems like the hey Nuno, hello, welcome. I guess so. The requirement for the build program to run is to load this into the build program. I don't think I can just do that. So I don't think I can just go here, like publish a message loop, have a build here, right, and do this. Right, surely I can't just do that. Right, because this in this readme, you actually need to do run. Oh, and there's a custom entry point. Actually, no, build test, so he actually calls that. So we will require this to run. Right, so this is gonna be... Okay, let's see. Let's just see what's going to happen if I do that. Main build. Oh, and I need to unnamespace the compiler, I guess. Hey, Avjak, hello. So yeah, let's namespace everything. And this is gonna be having a horrible day. Someone hacked your hospital and I am on the hook. Damn, that's unlucky. Feels American, man. I still, like, unironically, I still unironically am not sure if Avjak is if is an AI generated bot or like, you know, just a just an internet weirdo. These days it's very hard to tell. I am an eccentric, yeah. I can see that. Actually, I don't want to deal with that now. I want to do this. Yeah. So, and here we return that. Where's the main? I will comment main out, and I will comment actually everything here out. Who do you think? This is true. I can't argue that. Can I do like tests that Jai? What's going to happen? Expected a declaration after. What? What? Oh. Undeclared identifier W. Yeah, I need a workspace. I need a workspace, so here in the build, where is it? Right, where is it? Oh, here, down below. So we're gonna do it in a separate workspace, it seems like. Yeah, and yeah, so this creates an infinite loop, right? Because I'm not adding any build files, it seems like. So this means that in reality, what we need to do is do this, and then we will going to have our own build where we target workspace. We don't do compiler begin intercept here. We'll just do build options. Where is it? Just so we quickly have right, we do target options, output executable, set build options. We do compiler begin intercept. Does he call compiler begin intercept in run here? Oh yeah, he actually does. And he even adds build strings. Loads. What are loads here? Ah, okay, he adds the tests to the workspace. And where does he get workspace? Is this an input parameter? No, actually he creates a completely separate workspace for tests. Have you heard the Primogen Jai drama? Yeah, this is definitely a bot. I'm like 100% sure of it. Spicy Jai drama. Time to farm. Time to engage in the chat. Like and subscribe for another epic drama episode on twitch.tv/Valigo. While the Blast Wind OST playing. Let's optimize those unregretted user minutes, yeah. My watch time on YouTube is through the roof. After I posted my latest rant, I'm getting so much fucking engagement. People really agree with my take on set locales in libc. That it fucking sucks. Based on engagement build. I don't think we do this. And I don't think we do this actually. Oh no, this is the wrong file. So do I just call all return build here? Do I just do or and that's it? Um, nope, that doesn't work. Maybe I should load it instead. Nope. So if I don't run build and I compile tests, I get the compilation, right? Wait, what? Oh, shit. Attempt to perform outside of a... Oh, shit. Why is it infinitely... No, it's not legal. That was... Where do I get an infinite build? Oh! Okay. Undeclared identifier, get recursive nodes, breadth first. It's because it's in import code visit. Nice. Okay, and now if I run build, okay, now we're back to square one. So let's comment this out. Okay. The build accelerates, true. Yeah, so what exactly is taking is making it an infinite loop, I wonder. Do I like... So here, let's use this as an example. It's just a function that accepts a bunch of stuff. It actually has its own build options taken from base, and sets build options for the workspace, visit files, build to string, compiler begin intercept, and he has add, yeah, this adds a test. I don't think it's relevant, and he has those compilation phase. Oh. Ah, it's for type checked all weekend. This is to insert the code, I guess. Or maybe to run. And he has break on complete. Do I have break on complete? I'm pretty sure I have break on complete. Yeah, I do have. Ha ha ha. And the main here as a part of your build file and call build tests. Compiler get line arcs, entry point. If entry point equals tests, get build options. I need to pass the build options here. Add into code. Your normal build stuff goes here. Huh. Interesting. So we compile it separately for the entry points. Let's check, is there like examples or something? No, I just wonder what's like the full... Do I need to... So I wonder if I maybe need to intercept here or something. Right, so for example, if I do this, begin intercept, right, and I of course will have to compiler, and then here I call the or return message loop, right, like this. Will that work? Ah, really? What am I missing? So I had a build here. I mean, I never added the, like, I never added build file. But do I need to add a build file if my build is a part of the file? Maybe I need? Oh, it's also workspace. Oh, what? Oh, workspace is the second one. Nope. Not really. We're still in the... Right, so I'm creating a workspace. Getting build options, setting the output executable, setting build options back, starting the intercept, adding the file, then calling the message loop, this one. Calling the message loop. I don't think this ever happens. Oh, in uniform. Okay, let's check the example. First the Jai in uniform. Let me pull it here. Right. So first that Jai we have built. No. I need a metaprogram loop for or return to work because it injects stuff into the calls. In general, yeah, I don't need metaprogram. He also has this. Add build file, set build options. Import path, array add. Okay, he has a completely separate run. So he has a completely separate run for or return. He doesn't call it as a part of his build. Actually, where's... I see build. Here's the build. Yeah, so it's just run. Yeah. The only difference I see is this. Ooh, what the fuck? Like, the only difference I see is this. But yeah, it's not that. There are examples. compile me. I think this one. Right, run build simple example. Set working directory, output file, add, okay. So it actually doesn't add a build file of its own. Right. So just calling message loop here didn't really fix anything. Oh, actually, look at that. Ah, yeah, because here, so. Huh, look at that. Motherfucker compiles, infinitely compiles. Wait a second, is this because... So as soon as I add build file, it breaks. I think maybe because it runs build in an infinite loop. Okay, finished. Let me check something. So here we have a test executable. Let's delete it and let's rerun it. Okay, we don't have an executable anymore. And if we remove that, set build options during DC, now we have an executable. Right, so we definitely need it here. If I add this, we still get it. Right, it still works. And if I call the message loop, now we get the infinite loop as soon as we call the message loop. And I think if we don't call the message loop, then we compile. Okay, what happens in the message loop? So what happens in the message loop? There's compiler wait for message. That is fine. For this workspace. For this particular workspace. So I don't run anything here. Let's do this. So that it doesn't interfere with anything. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Does it just not get messages or what? Let's check the uniform one more time. It runs build tests, and build tests creates its own workspace, I think. Yes, it runs in its own workspace, and actually does its own. its own compiler begin intercept, yeah. I am at loss. We create the workspace, we begin intercept here, so maybe... so I assume... right here, we're waiting, but we'd never get the message, right? So that's the assumption, we never get the message for that workspace. Why don't we get the message though? Why we never get the message? Yeah, we never get the message. What is my compile command? It's just jai tests.jai. What if I import it? As same. I wonder what's wrong. Why don't I get the messages? What did I forget to set? It's probably something omega stupid. Create workspace, get target options, set the executable name. Set build options, and then do this. And my... Oh, is this like... Should I add an entry point? Should I like add an entry point? Let's get back to... there was like a how-to. How-to... there was a how-to on the compilation. Yeah, workspace. Maybe workspaces. There was a how-to that compiled the stuff kind of in line. We have main. This is the entry point, yes, and we have build. And build does the set build options, add build string. Okay, this is a build string though. No, that's not it, because it adds it as an entry point. Like, there's no way I'm doing that. Target program. I just don't want to create a separate build file, I guess. But maybe that's a silly thing to do. I just want to have it like that, standalone. So maybe I need to do that. Right, maybe I need to do this. And then add build string. Yeah, so maybe I need to do that. Yeah, here, and now it works. So it was waiting for an entry point, and I couldn't add the file. I think I couldn't add the entire file because it would run build in circles. Maybe. Let's check it out. Right, if I do this and I uncomment adding the wait file, will it? Yeah, you see what happens. It runs the build in circles. Okay, yeah. So I can't kind of do that. Can I add an entry point as a function, not as a text, as a text? Use compile time execution. Is it here? No, not here. Color code. I think that's one. No. No, this is a macro default meta program. No, this is just that. Custom checks, running hooks in the target. First, no, this is not it. Code browsing and generation. Add build file. Okay, not exactly. Running custom checks in the target, blah blah blah. Also add build file. Yeah, so I guess, was it here? What the fuck? Why doesn't it have? I think John does like basic, you know, he has like a gaps between to-dos in case he needs to inject another one. No, still add build file. Okay, I guess that's what you have to do. Yeah, also first target. Man, I'm sure there was like something that didn't use string. Hey Vivian, hello. I also hate software. Compiler get nodes. So yeah, I guess that's Microsoft engineers are smoking crack. I don't think it's crack, man. I don't think it's crack. But yeah, I know how VS Code gets worse and worse. That's actually pretty easy to answer. So yeah, it seems like that's what it's doing, right? Target program. So the entire text of the target program is here. And then it adds this text. So yeah, I guess we need to have a separate build file. Okay. And I closed Emacs. Great. Let's rename the build.jai to, is it R? Rename. Right, and then we create a build.jai. Yeah, everything keeps getting worse. That's true. Because ironically, I remember when VS Code just got released, it was what, like 2016, 2018? I don't remember exactly. I was amazed how quick it is for an Electron program. Back then, Electron already had like this reputation of being super slow because we had like Slack, a Discord, and Atom, right? Atom like was a pile of garbage. And then I remember Microsoft released Visual Studio Code, and I remember running it, and it was like instant. It was so fast. I literally I couldn't believe it's an Electron app. And people were like, you see, you can create a Swift Electron applications. Look at VS Code. It's amazing. It's fast. I wasn't using it back then because I was JetBrains built. Back then I was using, I think, PyCharm to debug and write Python because I needed like remote auto completion or whatnot. And I was using Emacs mainly as a source control UI. So I didn't really have a use case for VS Code, but I was unironically impressed by it. But you know, years have passed. I mean, you can hack. I actually don't know if you're in beta, but if you are, modifying focus source code is very easy. Yeah, it's very hackable. Wait, what? Wait, how do you do that? Cannot copy to the same... Wait, how do you... I forgot how you... Okay, yeah, that's how you do it. So we will need to have our custom build or return. Right, so our return will have its own kind of our return build. And we will do test.jai. We're not gonna need this. We're gonna load or return kind of build, I guess. And then here, instead of a message loop, we're gonna do right. And here, or return build, I think we will need to outsource it into a completely separate file. I think that's what we're gonna do. Or return build. And what does it depend on? I think it only needs compiler. Unable to open or return build for reading because it's or return.jai. Top level directive file scope. It's a scope file. Nice, and it needs a. Why does it need a string builder? Excuse me. I'm pretty sure it's. Yeah, I don't need a string builder here. Undeclared identifier assort because. Nice. Get recursive and Okay, or return build undeclared identifier. Wait, what? Here it is. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, it's in tests. Nice. So we don't need that anymore. And or return. Nice. Now we have it, and if we compile, then we do jai build.jai tests. Nice. And all we have here is just plain old all return. So I guess the requirement for our, if you want to use all return, you need to do what? You need to run or return build. That's the requirement. I give up on that. I've heard that doesn't have a good Windows support. Like, that's really weird to me, right? People, you know, so web developers, well, a lot of web developers, like the teapot, you know, the Twitter tech bros, they live in this bubble where they think that the majority of people use Mac, or, you know, and some of them use Windows, or some of them use Linux. Reply guy, yeah, true. They live in this bubble thinking that the majority of developers either use Mac, or maybe some of them use Linux, you know, hardcore admins, like some web devs. But in reality, the majority of programmers in the world actually use Windows. And I know that because we, the company I work for, we ship a commercial, well, first we ship the commercial plugin for Figma, and we ship commercial plugins for VS Code. Windows, and since we collect some telemetry, we know the operating system in which we run. Windows fucks every other operating system right in the ass, massively, with 1,000 of burning dicks. macOS and Linux are not even close. And I'm saying for both Figma and VS Code. You would think, oh, Figma, I bet designers use Figma on macOS. No, they fucking not. Windows is the biggest operating system for programmers. And if you creating a dev tool, you fucking must ensure that Windows is I am very sorry. Soding, thanks for the raid. You literally raided me while I was shilling for Windows. So please, people, don't go. Don't go, I beg you. I will stop right now. For games, I actually was shilling Windows for software development. So, okay, to reiterate, I will first finish and then I will show you what I'm working on. Our company, the company I work for, we ship commercial plugin for Figma and for VS Code. And the majority of our users are on Windows. So we ship dev tools. And the literal majority of users for our dev tools are on Windows. And a lot of people on Twitter live in a tech bubble where they don't understand it and they prioritize macOS and Linux for their dev tools. That's the end of the rant. They just don't know the market very well. Anyway, so what I'm working on is there is an Odin language. It has a return operator. It basically automates returns, right? So instead of doing this, like if error nil return, you can do that. And I ported this language feature to Jai as a macro. Yeah, so I literally re-implemented Odin as a Jai library. Yes. And it actually works. I broke it a little bit. But essentially, return.jai, yeah. If I uncomment this code, right, so the way it works right, is you wrap your procedure call, right? We have a caller 2 that returns an int and a bool. We wrap it in our return, and if this bool return false, then we return from this procedure. So basically, like this. So this line turns into this result OK equals to caller 2. If not OK, return that and full result. That's what it turns into. So, and it literally gets transformed on the IST level. So this macro, let me show you the code. This macro, it not only understands the procedure call you pass into it, but it also understands the entire outer scope. It knows that it's been called from the procedure foo1, and it knows that this procedure is supposed to return a test struct and a boolean. So at runtime, this doesn't exist. This is what exists at runtime. Yeah. That's what it gets turned into. But yeah, Jai is enclosed beta. No, my company doesn't use Jai. I am just a web cock writing in Python and JavaScript at my day job. But yeah, this is what happens at runtime, literally, and the way it works. So so the Odin originally it has a restriction. So Odin operator does a restriction, so it will by popping off the end value in a multiple value expression and checking whether it was nil or false, right? And so set the end return value to the value if possible. If the procedure only has one return value, do a simple return. If the procedure has multiple values, or return will require that all parameters be named, right? Odin has a requirement that all return parameters be named. So like this, Odin has named parameters, and in order to use or return, you have to name them. I lifted this restriction off. In my case, you see, I have one parameter that's just a type and another one that is named. And my macro actually knows what is declared and what is undeclared from the outer scope. And let me go into the macro itself. Where is it? Here. So I literally check the outer returns, and for each of them I check if it has a name, and inside I check if it was declared. Otherwise I just return the default value. Clark Kent during the day, Superman during the evening. So true. Why can you still get access? I actually don't pop it off. I still return it. Alex over. Yeah. So yeah, Odin pops it off. I don't pop it off. I still return it, you know, just in case if for some reason the caller needs it. Caller isn't required to get it. I don't put must on it or anything else. I just return it, you know, if a user wants it. I need a bigger font. I can do this, right? I can bump the font slightly. Yeah. So hopefully you understand kind of what the macro does. And just to reiterate, it's not a textual string replace like in C. This shit inserts the code on a IST level. It gets syntactically checked, but then it gets like fully type checked, and the end result is fully statically strongly compiled. Yeah. Operator bank. There is no operator bank overload in Jai. No. Yeah, it's stronger than Odin's version. I mean, I understand why Jinja build requires named return, because otherwise you kind of have to guess, right? So here I have a procedure that does default of type as a string, and this thing returns a default value based on the return value of an outer procedure, right? And you have to make an executive decision. What do you do if your outer procedure returns a pointer, right? So here, for example, right, if I have some kind of a procedure, right, that returns a pointer to some kind of a struct, oh, whoops, Emacs, and the test is some kind of a struct, right, that has, I'm sorry, I'm fat fingering stuff, that has some sort of fields. And inside of your procedure, you do like a, b equals, or like read entire file, right? Like I don't exist.txt. And you wrap this in or return, right? And you wrap this in or return. Or return needs to return this, right? Hey Sebastian, but what is the default value of a pointer, you ask? And here you need to do some kind of executive decision. Do you return null as a pointer and make someone's life harder when they debug it? Or do you maybe allocate some kind of a zero value on a heap and return a fully initialized struct, but you leak a little bit of memory, you know? What is better? You know, what is better? What do you think is better? Returning null pointer? So, just to remind you, this will turn into that. AB equals, like B is okay actually, equals like read entire file, right? It will turn into this, and if not okay, then return like what? What do you return here? Right? You can return null as a null pointer. But if you use some kind of some things like that, what if your caller doesn't check for null? Right? If you might say, oh, like fucking skill issue, like just check for null. And here is something like calls null, right? We have a test of right, like a test, right? And we could do something like test equals foo, right? And foo can be initialize test and init test. Let's do init test instead, right? And then the caller has to do if test, right? And do something with test, right? We basically require the caller to do this. But if we decided to instead return this, right? And new is a procedure on basic that just basically allocates this on a heap, then the caller doesn't need to do that. The caller can just use it, and the caller then will decide to free it or not. Someone says, like Alex says, that, you know, null pointer is easier to catch because if you dereference this right away, right? If you dereference this right away and it's null, then you will get exploded and you'll all catch it. But what if you pass this shit further, or you store it on a struct and then some code later, some magic happens and you have God knows what, right? And it's bad, right? It won't happen with heap initialized pointer. And so this is kind of a just derail to tell you that the decision in Odin to require named returns, I don't think it was technical. I think it was an executive decision, right? Just to avoid this kind of ambiguity. Now, because I'm lazy, if it's a pointer, I just return null. A pointer or void, I just return null. But I have kind of a to-do for myself to maybe return new pointer to instead. But yeah, what if there was a scenario where the thing pointer being returned was actually stack allocated? I mean, in this case, the macro allocates it, right? If I allocate it in the macro, it, you know, it's gonna be fine. Somebody doing complex software, I need to do always test everything. Yeah, in your case, but I still kind of on the verge. Hey Cactus, hello. Boza got bopped out of top 10. Unlucky. Yeah, I'm fine. What's the selling point of this language? Well, metaprogramming is one of it. For sure. But yeah, if I missed some question that you asked and I didn't answer it, ask it again, please, because my chat is now, you know, filled with Raider from Tsoding, so it's hard to navigate the chat. Also, again, thanks a lot for the raid. And welcome everyone. I am your Tsoding at home, right? Hey Gingerbill, hello. It actually went really well. I implemented it, it works. I made an executive decision to lift the named returns requirement, and I was just explaining in the chat of why I think you made them required, because it leads to an interesting kind of ambiguity, right? Like what you return in case of a pointer and stuff like that. But I lifted this restriction, like for fun and profit. My or return, it actually looks into the outer scope and sees if a return value declared or not, and it will either return the declared named or it will return default value for the return, which can get sketchy if you return a pointer. But yeah, I decided to go like that. And yeah, named returns, they work slightly different from Odin because you have to declare them. Yeah. Couple of ambiguities of what to assign them to. Yeah, exactly. And I realized that there is an ambiguity when I was implementing it as a macro. How to deal with the cleanup to defer if error. I actually don't really handle defers in any special case. I just basically see if they are declared. Then I return them. If I don't see that they are declared, I don't return them. I actually have no idea how my macro would interact with defers. Yeah, but now I want to kind of cover it with tests or something and see if it breaks. And I opened Odin's documentation to steal test cases. Oh, and another thing, I guess I don't. I only for now do the procedure calls. So I don't do I don't do this. I guess I don't like. I enforce Boolean return types, which is probably silly. I can definitely return any value and check for truthy or false, or like true false, because in Injai you have implicit cast to Boolean for primitive values. I think structs don't cast, or maybe they do. I don't remember. Yeah. And for now I enforce procedure calls that return booleans for now. Right, so let's steal the test cases. Actually, or continue would also be fun one to implement. It's almost the same as or return, but not now. Oh yeah, and because like stuff like this, enum with first one having like none, this one is also right, because what if the first one is not 0 but initialized to something? So like this color 2, this thing would be different for me. I think you cannot default initialize void type to null. Yeah, because in Jai this would be just 0, not null, it would be 0. So yeah, I probably, so for now I enforce, I also have this little hack. Like we support up to 10 returns. And I do boolean, yeah, right? So if last return type isn't bool, expected the last return type to be bool, but it was blah blah blah. So maybe I can lift this one. I can lift this one. But for now, yeah, for now I want to do that. So let's do this foo. I'll just copy it verbatim. And tests. Did I edit something here? Oh shit! I overrode my my clipboard. So we have something like that, and error. This can be a common idiom. We don't need a common idiom. Can be transformed. Blah blah blah. Yes. So how do we organize our tests? I guess I will do something like. And let's do the color. It will gonna return int, and for now gonna return like bool and false. Right, so if we do for color 2, it should return error. Let's see. I think error was an enum. Like non something. Let's see what will happen if I do this. And return that something. Like what was gonna happen? Tests, compile and tests. I need to print. Yeah. So res is none, right? So we wanted to return something. We tried to do this, and we returned none from the foo, because color returned false, right? And if color would have returned true at the end of it, we would return something. So it works on enums. We just basically return 0. This is a little bit sketchy too, because what if, what if none would have been 1, right? And then, because now I just return 0. Oh, actually, interesting. None. So it worked. How did it work? Wait, I don't remember handling it explicitly. If enum. I handled enums explicitly. Holy shit, I'm so fucking smart. I forgot ever writing this code. I thought this will return invalid enum value. I don't remember writing it. It was at the end of 5-hour-long stream. I was already so cooked. I was just like, let me fucking finish. Should we straight up return 0 in this case instead of... No, not 0, first value. Again, this is also kind of a weird decision that you need to do, right? I guess in most code bases, the very first enum would probably be some sort of a default. Right, so what I do here is I get enum type info and I just get the very first enum and I return it kind of as a default variable. Yeah. So we can start with somewhat over this like test case, right? And this would be foo1 like assert. Do you have a runtime assert? Jai, I forgot. Yeah, okay. This is a runtime assert as far as I remember. Let me check how it works. HCPM, here it is. Yeah, it just refers to Boolean and then a message. No, this assert is a compile time assert, and I don't really want. I want asserts to happen at runtime when I run the test command. Yeah. So, and res equals to dot none, right? Expected default enum value. Expected. You know, when you there are two ways to write tests, right? You can do this, just hard code expected result, and you can get a snapshot of current logic, and you can do this. So you can do this, and expected return equals to that, right? So you can do a snapshot of existing logic and do this, or you can straight up hard code expected results. And the difference is, right, if I later go and I change something in the tests, for example, I rename error to nil, then my tests will fail for no reason at all, right? But I sort of have more control in a way that I get this feedback on when I change something, right? But I need to go back and fix my tests for no reason. And in this case, if I port the logic directly here, it won't require me to fix anything in the tests where I change something. But if this logic is way too complicated and it has a bug, then my tests might start passing for wrong reason. So it's kind of a trade-off you need to take when you're writing tests. In this case, I would say this is the way. Expected enum value. Type info enum error. I think you can just do this. Yeah. Can I? Res equals expected enum. Oh, it's not a dot. It's like that. Undeclared identifier. What? Yeah. Expected. Type is match wanted error. Type given its values. Okay, its values. Type given S64 because it is a number and I can just do that, I guess. Wait, what? Oh, it's here. Yeah, and I just autocast it. Yeah, back here. Yeah. You would expect this, yeah. In this case, I think it's fine. But you know, sometimes what people do is they write a function, right? Like get expected value and, you know, like credit like card, right? And they want to test this function. And then they would use it in the test itself, And so if later they introduce the bug here, all the tests still pass. You know what I mean? So this thing, you need to be careful. You need to be really careful when you use some like logic from the code in tests. So I don't have a rule of thumb here. I just do it based on a vibe, purely off of vibes and experience. So this will be vibe-oriented. Yeah, true. I mean, it's but it's literally like that. The more experience you have, the less you rely on best practices, and the more you just vibe it out. I think sometimes it gets you fucked in the asshole. Sometimes you lose. It's like, in Python, the way you do things is you do exception controlled flow. For example, a little divergence, sorry. Like in Python, the way you read file is, or rather, not really read file. The way you do anything is you do like try, like do foo, and then you do like except like fuck error, right? And you handle it. This is the way you kind of supposed to do it in Python. Well, except you don't do semicolons. This is the best practices in Python, but it has a downside of being extremely fucking slow. So doing stuff like this in a hot loop means you're not gonna have a good time. So I had a situation when I was like, this is way too slow. I would better do if else. And I get a significant speed up from doing stuff like that. But then what happens is that I introduced a subtle race condition that happens very rarely. So sometimes you win some, sometimes you lose some. Do those variables help you better understand the test case because you can just inline them? Not sure what you mean, Kat Barker. I'm not working on Ajay itself. No, I'm just a beta tester. So what do we do? Let's call it a test default enum value, or rather first enum value. Test returns default first enum value, and we call foo1 like this. And we're somewhat complicated, so we will have a happy, and it's gonna be something like string int bool, right? And it will return, it will return this, and return like 1, 2, 3, return happy, 5, and true. And if I call on or return on a happy, and maybe happy accept something, right? Inputs like, right? Hello, I am happy. I'm just like complicating stuff a little bit. And we do something like happy string, happy int, right, and happy result. Yeah, something like that. And I can even, this shouldn't return anything. This should be just fine. And I can do even like that. So assert happy, or what, how do I do that? Yeah, like assert happy result equals like true. And then I do this, color2 that returns false. And it will return kind of an error condition. Where's printrs? Where does it happen? Printrs. Okay, yeah, nice. And maybe print, we do something like that. Return, or maybe not here. Maybe we'll do it like here, something like return first enum value. Yeah. Test return first value, and at the end we do something like print past, right? And then /n. Yeah, past. Something like that, right? We are just doing Q&A for free. Yeah. I love my... I mean, actually, I love Python too. And my main reason to love Python is because it pays the bills. Yeah. I wanted to say that Python paying bills let me immigrate from Russia when the war started, but it would be a lie because when I immigrated, I was actually writing PHP and not Python. Yeah, so even though Python pays the bills, the previous like couple of years, Python wasn't paying my bills, PHP was. Yikes. Anyway, so we do this, and this test also indirectly tests that we don't return when the happy path returns true and sad, right? Sad, yeah. And I think I will move all of the helper functions somewhere down below. So at the very top we see tests themselves, right? Yeah. Nice. Next test. It's gonna be test returns what does it return? Like named, like I declared named value, something like that, and result equals return declared named value and unnamed bool, something like that. I don't want to write like a simple unit test cases, you know, that tests every single thing. I want some kind of a more like convoluted integrational scenario or something like that. PHP pays my bills. It's funny enough, you know how the WordPress drama is going on? I'm not sure how like Coding audience would be aware of recent PHP drama, but TLDR is that WordPress creator got like one-shotted by some strong drug or something. He became a he went like full psycho mode and basically tries to like destroy the world or something like that. And I stopped writing PHP like a couple months before it happened. I am like a rat on the ship. You know how they say that rats would be the first to leave the sinking ship? I'm just like that rat, leaving PHP before the biggest PHP project explodes. Yeah. Oh, this is, by the way, the Amazon forest from Adventures of Lomax. I finally got my ass and downloaded myself some local epic playlist for some gaming bangers that I can listen to, and now my playlist is 3 hours long. And I have like 60 or 70 more songs to go through in my list. Live in the cloud, motherfucker. Let's do this. Wait, what? Where is my clipboard? And it will return what? Declared named variable. So it will return something like res1, let it be, I don't know, and bool. Right, like that. So one of them is named, another one is unnamed. Yeah, and I want to actually declare it, right? So res1 will be like, and res will have like, let me go here. So res1 is gonna be a struct of string, and I want to declare it with, you know, like declared. Something like that. And then I do or return sad, right? Sad is like this. Actually, I think that it's res1. Returns not all control paths. So you see, so you see the power of strongly and statically compiled languages. Since this shit modifies the AST of the procedure, it actually type checks. So Jai knows that this procedure has a return inside it. And it recognizes that the return that gets inserted is in if condition, and that maybe it doesn't return something, right? So I can just return, what do we return? Return something like that, 0 initialized and maybe true. And now it type checks fully, right? Without any warnings. This is so cool. Okay, I get the result and like res2, I guess. And I want to assert that res1 equals, that res1.test equals to initialized, right? And res2 equals false. And then we pass. Ooh. I wanted string type given bool. Where is it? So something happened here, right? res1.test equal initialize, this worked. And res2. What do we get? I can actually do this. So import print vars, and this is a special kind of macro that prints initializers like this, like res. I can just pass a variables and it will know what it Oh, it doesn't even compile. Holy shit. Let's do it like that. So what do we have? Res1 is this. And res2 is false as bool. Okay, yeah. Oh, I'm such an idiot. The assert. The compile error was about this. Yeah. Right? No? Oh, I need to check them separately. I need to check them separately. I'm sorry. I am so sorry. I need to check them separately. For some reason, I thought that assert accepts, you know, kind of multiple conditions and then a string. And res2 is false. I don't know why was I think that. Yeah. So initialized, what's the error will be expected res1 to be initialized. Initialized. And expected res2 to be false. We pass. And let's fail it. Let's, for example, instead of sad, do happy. Yeah. And happy accepts like something. Bam, assert. Assertion failed, expect res1 to be initialized, but we returned that. Nice. Always make sure your tests fail before you see them succeed. If you want to succeed in testing industry. What else? Test returns. Let's see, returns void. Because somebody said that I can't initialize void to null. If I recall correctly. Yeah, Greavy said. Was it Greavy? Or not? Yeah, you mean, yeah, Greavy said in the chat that I can't return null as void, so now we will test that out. And test returns void will return void. Yeah. Returns, let's do named. Named undeclared. Right, so it's named, but it's undeclared. And I will do or return. And let's introduce another or return caller, like mast sad, and it will return something like for example, a string and a boolean, and the boolean will be, I think that's how you do it, right? Must. Is this how you do it? And return must sad false. Invalid directive. Okay, so it's after. Yeah, okay. And see, or return is kind of compiled. Not enough arguments. Wanted 1, got 0. So the first code is kind of required. Maybe I should call it a procedure call, but I really don't want to call it a procedure call because in the future I want to support other types of code too. So I guess anything that evaluates to false should probably be supported here. Yeah, but first I want to write a bunch of test cases. So when I refactor and modify it later, I know that I didn't break it. Right. And here when we return void, must sad. This should actually complain. Yeah, result attempt to pull too many values from procedure call. Well, first this. Not all control paths return value. And we... How do you initialize void actually? Do I just do this? Or what? How do I actually just return void? I know what to do with pointer to void, but just void. Let's see how void is used in Jai. Like, boom. So it's just declare it as a type. Why actually? Why does Chivin needs void not as a pointer? I understand pointer to void, right? Because you want to cast shit like back and forth through some kind of an intermediate untyped value. But why do you need void that's not pointer? Just so you have a pointer version, so for symmetry? I'm asking these questions that seem silly, but I am asking them seriously because for people who don't know, I'm just a web developer and all this systems programming stuff is very like new to me still. I actually know that Odin doesn't have void. I think Odin only has row pointers, right? So, which is kind of different. It's just like row pointer and that's it. So there's no like void and void pointer. It's just like one thing. Oh, here. Right, string lock. So string lock is void. And yeah, pass. So here I declare something as void, and then I pass it as a pointer. If you need to declare, you don't return anything. Huh. So, but this is not equivalent to this, right? Because I can just do return. No, I actually need to return something, so, right? And you see, I tried to return null. Mismatch level of indirection. Type wanted void, type given pointer to void. So you were right. You were right. So here, when result should be. Can I do this? Attempt to create a struct literal, but the left-hand type is not a struct. Can I just return? I can't return void. What do you do? Can I return a void literal? Henistrui. Making silk song. No, I am not. I am not. Can you have a void literal in this language? I wonder. If I can't make a void literal, if I have to pass it through if I have to pass it through some kind of an initializer, can I also do this? No. Casting a non-zero sized value to... Oh shit, so void is something that is zero sized. Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. I just, you know, okay, we have a void type, so maybe we need a default. So maybe we just don't support it. Maybe we just don't support it. So void is a zero-sized, something zero-sized. It's literally nothing. Interesting. So maybe the only reason it is in the language is for symmetry with the void pointer, right? You have a void pointer, so you need a type which is void. Okay, let's just remove it from this. I guess if cast void, then what? Can I do compiler report? Can I just report an error here? Actually, where's the compiler report? Somewhere here I used it. Yeah, compiler report. Like or return doesn't support void. Right, and or return doesn't support void, so we get a compiler error. Right, kind of. Doesn't support procedures that return void. But it does support void pointer. I don't know. I can do this, I guess, too. I don't know. Default type as string. So how do I call it? I call it like that, default type as string. And then I build like entry name equals. And then I like do the, and then I pass this in line. I can buff my printer, right? Because now, is it here? No, not here. I think it's here. Yeah, this is how it works. We call sad, and if not return 2, we backtick return res1 and false. And here I try to do like res equals like void, something like that. So if it's named return, it does this. Or I guess it does this. Yeah. Yeah, let's just break the stuff. And maybe undeclared, instead of void, we commented out comment to get void unsupported error. Actually interesting, how would I test for compile error? Do I set some kind of a trap or what? I guess in order to test that something doesn't compile, I can, you know how some programs, they would use like Perl for testing, and they would literally parse the output and ensure that, oh, that shit doesn't compile. We can do something like that. Like I would have a completely separate like executable with tests that test compile errors, and I would run it in a sub process and then parse results. I guess that would work. Yeah. I want to test something that returns void pointer. So test returns null pointer. So do we go with null pointer or do we go with pointer? And it will do like res1. It will return a pointer to something. And it is gonna be returns named undeclared pointers. It's gonna be like that. I don't need to parenthesize them. I just like it. Let me do a small bathroom break. I actually I'm sitting here for 2 hours straight. I'll be right back. I'm not even gonna pour myself any like tea. I'll just drink water from now on. So yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Any questions so far? Maybe you can control what sort of error you get, compiler versus error from the void case. No, I want to I want an actual compiler, and I want to make sure there's a compiler. Or I apologize for yawning. I didn't get much sleep. Don't get much sleep lately. For no particular reason. I'm just been on a degen schedule. So yeah, what do we do here? What do we do in case of a pointer? I need a design by committee. Do I just return null? Oh, this is not a through now. Do I just return null as a pointer? So I personally the answer will come at 6 months and be implemented sometime in the next 10 years. Fuck me. So people like null pointers apparently. Because I was thinking... right, so I have a to-do here, let me put it. Right here. I was thinking just returning something allocated on the heap. Because I personally, I'm not a big fan of null pointers. I'm generally not a big fan of null checks. And I would literally prefer a memory leak. I would prefer a memory leaked zero initialized value. I personally. But oh, this is such a banger. Yeah. So I personally would prefer a heap allocated zero initialized value as a default. You know how Casey in his famous snippet like from Handmade Hero was talking about ZII. It's like zero initialized I. Whatever it is. It's basically a style of programming where everything is zero initialized by default, and you write your code in a way that you don't need null checks, and zero value, so something that's literally mem set to zero, is always useful. And I've actually been trying to program in this way for a long time, even before I knew about systems programming, because unironically, even though OOP, like object-oriented programming, is kind of dog shit, they have a very useful concept called null value. In object-oriented programming, null value is basically a value of a type with, well, all public stuff initialized to 0, to some like default, right? And the main example they have is guest user, kind of, right? So when you build your system, somebody tries to access your system, instead of having some kind of user set to null, you set them to default user instead, like the guest user. And all your functions that deal with user, instead of checking if user is null or not, they just call method on the user, you know, that has access to blah blah blah, and guest user just doesn't have access anyway. And it's literally zero initialized being useful, but in object-oriented world. And I always like this style of programming, even when I write object-oriented code. That's why having null pointer doesn't really vibe with me personally. Right? Do we know how to zero initialize it? In this language, yes, we know how to zero initialize a pointer, because, well, Jai kind of by convention also inherits this zero initialization being useful. And the struct can have default values too. And this new, so new, where is it? New, actually, let me show you. It's in basic, right? It will allocate the size and also call initializer of. Here. And initializer of is kind of a, you see it's highlighted in green because it's kind of a built-in thing. I don't even think it doesn't even exist, I don't think so. Yeah, it exists in the compiler as a query kind, but it's not defined anywhere. And the reason is that initializer of gets created on the fly, and it just literally sets default values for the struct. Right, so if you have a struct, like this, if you do it like that, if you have a default value, then under the hood, every time you do this, Jai actually does that. Like it calls a procedure that does this under the hood and wraps it in the initializer of T. So it creates initializer of like, right, and it will like, and it will do that. So this thing kind of gets created, and the new from basic actually, right, actually calls that. So yeah, I guess the answer to your question is yeah, we know how to default initialize something, so we just respect user choice. Yeah. But if people think that null is more useful, then we can leave null. Null is also easier to implement. Print test returns pointer. Yeah, returns pointer. I'm just wonder if it's not too intrusive to the user of the lib. I think null is better too, or you'd have to check possibly more stuff to figure out if it returned you default, or you'd have to check possibly more stuff to figure out if it returned your default. I mean, I don't need to check anything, I just need to call new on it and return the result, and that's it. I was also fine with doing it like that, because right, it's like a kind of a convention. The new array returns the result and it's kind of heap initialized. Then when you do something with string, for example, if you do like sprint, right? If you do like a sprint, it also gets initialized. Like builder to string, it returns heap allocated string. So that's also kind of encouraged me a little bit. But yeah, we can go with null for now, since people like their nulls. At the user of the macro. I mean, so if the user of the macro wraps a procedure that returns a pointer, like, I mean, usually, right? At least in my opinion, maybe I'm wrong, and correct me if I'm wrong. Usually if someone calls a procedure that returns a pointer, don't they expect this pointer to be allocated on a heap and be freed later? Isn't that usually the case? Like you call something that returns a pointer. Aren't you expected to free it yourself? Dun, dun, dun. Bum, 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 bum. Man, this playlist turns out to be so great, and it's only like halfway done, and it's already 3 hours long. My goal is to have it be like 8 or 10 hours, so I can just play it the whole day. If I call something that returns a pointer that indicates nothing about lifetimes, to me. That's in general though. Yeah, Jai doesn't have any lifetimes, right? Hazel foam, hello. Yeah. I mean, but I see that the majority of people in the chat who speak out, they prefer null. So we'll go with null, okay. I'll go with null. And then I will silently change the logic when I'm off stream. Returns pointer with null as default. Yeah, so or return, right, must sad, and we have to return here. We would return res1, right? This will blow up. Wait, or return doesn't support procedures that return void. Did I? Oh, oh, it should be null as a string. What the fuck? Test returns named and declared void. Yeah, I can't call it. Let's put it also somewhere here. Nice. Compilation finished. I need to call the procedure, of course, naturally. Yes, so must sad. Where's must sad? Here. Oh shit. This is a kind of an oversight, right? So look at that. Must sad, it returns bowl that must be consumed. Must be checked. But here, I am not checking it here. Because my macro so my code, the code we get is this, right? And so the value under must technically gets consumed. But I want this to be a compile error because the actual user of the macro did not consume it. And for that to work, I actually need to modify this. So I need to put must like here. Right? And now we get a compiler. Return value 2 is being ignored, which is disallowed by must. Right? But I don't think there's a way to put must on a modify. I'm pretty sure there's no way to do that. This kind of gives us somewhat a motivation to improve our metaprogram loop. So instead of doing this, you know, being a bit like lazy, to actually generate a procedure header for each individual or return call that respects a number of return values and respects modifies. Right, so let's write a to-do here. We're completely disrespecting must here. There's no way to set must in modify, so we need to improve our message loop. Nice. You see, you write tests, you find some edge cases. Cool. I wonder if John will be up to adding some kind of a way to insert modify on the types. Let me add it in Jai to do. I have a file on my computer where I write all of the questions I have for the beta. Set hashtag must inside of modify. Nice. Noise, noise, noise. Oof. And also, to do we totally consume must inside of our return. Alright, and here in the test we or not in print, here. Just one. And just assert swan equals null. Expected null pointer return by default. Nice. Test passes. Test passes, but we cheated a little bit. What else? What else can we test? Let's test something that goes through or returns. Like for example here. I will do some assertions. And then we return nothing here. Right, let's do assert false. Should return before this happens. This epic tune is from Silent Hill, I think. Yeah, Silent Hill 4. This is so trippy. Holy shit. Actually, Ginger Bill, was talking about defer, and I wonder how a return works with defer. I mean, there shouldn't really be anything different about it. Yeah, defer doesn't return. Defer runs after the defer. Yeah, I know the song name. It's called Fever Chill. Yeah. Yeah. It's very trippy. Right. I don't know how to... What would be an interesting case with defer? Dun, dun, dun. What else? What other interesting tests we can do? Pointer, declared named value, unnamed bool, default enum value. What else do we have here? Struct array, type, connection handler you need to clean. Ooh. Yeah, but this such thing will just run normally. I wonder what would happen if you call... Doesn't it make sense? I mean, it just works, but... Right, like... Like, what does it even mean? You defer something that returns. Like, it's already returned. I guess return kind of does nothing inside of defer. I don't know. Let's print test returns if it's scoped. You mean like that? Nope. Hey Coffee, hello. It actually works when it's scoped, unscoped, it doesn't matter. It still accesses the returns of this outer scope. Ah, defer you mean. But okay, what should we call in defer? What should we call in defer? Do we do something like defer like this? I don't know. Like what do we even call? Here like defer is scoped. Like I just don't know what we want to, what scenario we want to emulate, I guess. I just can't think of any case that's kind of useful. That would test something, you know, that would test something. If you think of a case that can potentially break or be somehow unexpected, yeah, let me know, because I just can't think of anything. Nothing comes to mind. Test returns declared array. So it returns some kind of array of strings, right? A, B, C. Like 7, 8, 9. Any Raymond fonts. Would dump tell you anything about if defer returns does anything weird? That's an yeah. Dump would definitely do something. Okay, global equals 1, defer global 2, or returns an error. Assert if global is 2. Yeah, I mean, nothing really should change, right? But yeah, let's definitely do it. We will do it next. Test returns declared array, and or I guess returns array and and now assert do you actually have a way to compare arrays? I guess I can do for result assert we'll do this expected 7, 8, 9. Assert it equals expected index Oh, motherfucker. Can we compare strings like that in Java? I'm pretty sure we can. It equals that, right? String. Yeah, there's no special there's no special string equals. Yeah, no, so we can just compare strings. Error array expo. What? Oh, wait, what? Wait, what's wrong? Is this not how you do it? Oh, it's expected. I'm sorry. String. Yeah, nice. In Jai, do you know if the return expression evaluates before the deferred statement? I know in Go, if you return, say, an integer variable and you have a deferred that mutates it, nothing changes because the return expression is evaluated first. I think in Jai you can mutate it. This compares strings in sort module. I don't think we need that. I think this is to pass a callback into quicksort helper. No, there is no closures in Jai, no. There is no. Lucia. There's no. Deferred doesn't require lambda, no. We can put anything we want there, yeah. Maybe we can do a quick check, right? A5, turn A. Right? Something like that. It's still 5. So yeah, it doesn't affect return value. Five. So I guess it can do something, but this probably already set like a register out. Maybe what if we return an array, right? If we return an array of strings, right? And we actually try to modify the data or something. Program crashed because it tried to write or to read from invalid memory location. Yeah, so I guess we already returned by this point, seems like. So it tried to modify the memory, but this memory that A points to, it was already unavailable. Right? There is no plus plus in Jai. Yeah, because we already popped off the stack, so maybe it creates like a, I don't know. We can also do this, right? And like B and C, and then first do it like that. Defer its res and return res. Oh, look at this. So when we try to modify a memory that actually points somewhere, we can do this in defer. Look at this. So it actually works. But I guess the memory that was on a stack, that string we allocated on a stack, probably no shot. Yeah, so if it's heap, it's okay, right? And if it was what if we just return it? Oh, this one crashed. Wait, I'm an idiot. Defer probably worked, this one crashed. Yeah, because I returned like stack allocated array, and when I tried to read it, the memory wasn't valid. I'm sorry. I'm a fucking dummy. Yeah, this one crashed. Not defer. Yeah. But yeah. It makes sense that it works, and I called it actually. So yeah, we can we pass an array, right? But I want to call or return before that. So or return like something with happy, and where is it? Happy returns string and 5, right? And assert, I want to call assert here. That res1 equals happy, res2 equals 5, and res3 equals true. We still pass. And if I change something like we explode, assertion failed right here, 38.5. Why can't they jump? I think Emacs doesn't understand this dot probably, right? Yeah, probably doesn't. Oh, oh shit. It's because it got like concatenated. Interesting. Well, but yeah, we balling. This works. Test interacts with defer, right? Actually, don't really need to return anything. Oh, this is actually a good test, because I haven't tested if it returns on a... if it properly works on procedures that don't return anything. Because you only return the pointer plus line plus capacity plus allocator, yeah. Yeah, right after returning from the function. The other one crashed because he returned bad memory. Yeah, because I returned memory on a stack. So yeah, defer wouldn't have helped there here. I mean, actually, if you think about it, right? Let's do integers. So it's easier to type. Right, and you see what I want to do? Oh, sorry. I'm fat finger and stuff. Oh, fixed size arrays are not assignable. Ah, goddamn you, John. But what if I do this? And if I erase that it's fixed, okay, still doesn't work. It knows that it's fixable, fixed size array, right? So I can't just do that. So I mean, all right, got me. I mean, I can probably erase it, right? Yeah, he knew. I can probably do something like cast I don't know. Yeah, this works, you see? And now we get garbage here. Why did I get the garbage though? I thought it should be fine. I thought it should be fine. Oh, I returned res. Huh. Concerning. MonkS. Garbage memory. So I set that, but when I returned, like, this got set on probably invalid memory already. Yeah, count is 1, 2, 3, 4. So count is, I mean, count is still 4. Count is on the res. It's count of this, not that. What if I go past 5, 6, 7? Past B. Will I crash? No, I won't. I'm not gonna crash. It's just, yeah. So these got fucked for some reason. And if I don't do this, yeah, also get interesting. I just got some garbage memory. And if I do this, yeah, then I get 0 initialized 1, you see? But those are numbers, right? The memory location of numbers just has to be a re what? No, those are both like pointers. This should be fine. With strings, it's a little bit different because strings are themselves indirect. So that's why it probably crashed with strings, because this is just an array contiguous in memory, but strings themselves are indirect. So when you do an array of strings, you essentially just store like a pointer and a count on a pointer, and then that pointer itself got got erased, got popped from the stack pointer. Yeah. So let's do defer, right? So we do like global 5, like 69, and then we do some kind of defer global equals 420, and then we do or return sad undeclared identifier full. Okay, it compiles and now interacts with defer. Assert global. What? Is it just, yeah, just global equals 420. Yeah, I mean, I guess it worked. So defer definitely worked. I think if I don't do it, yeah, assertion failed. Can even do something like that, right? And put result here. Right, yeah, and 5. Let make sure we don't return 5. Okay. Nice. We have an array. I mean, struct is easy. Struct will definitely work. What else? What else can we test? Types, procedures. Like this is also a weird one, right? If a type equals procedure. So for example, right? I guess procedure pointer is similar to a regular pointer, right? Yeah, I guess pointer and a procedure, they don't really differ that much, unless by procedure we mean this, right? Unless we mean this by procedure. Can procedure pointers be null? Yeah, I mean, why not? They're pointers after all. How else would you do stuff like deal opening a library and loading procedure pointers? Surely they are null initially, right? Like imagine you loading an OpenGL and getting procedure pointers. Before you populated them, I mean, they're null. Right? Yeah. Let's see what code path happens here, right? If right, what happens here? I just wonder what happens here. Not all controlling paths. Okay, yeah, return. Can I just null here? So you see, yeah, it compiles, right? And if I have, and it would like accept string, int, and return bool, right? And if I have foo that's like s string l like I int, right? And I think I can also return it and also be fine. No? Not all control paths. Oh shit. Two menu return values. Wanted one. Oh my god. False. Okay, yeah, it works, right? I'm either returning foo as a pointer to foo, or I'm returning null. So I think this is fine. And if I return actual type, it will complain about me that type wanted this, type given type, because the meta type is type. It is a little bit mind-bending, right? Because, I mean, fucking meta programming, what can you do? But alright, so we return foo. And if I try to return some other procedure, right, bar, for example, procedure that just does nothing, if I try to return it, I'm getting a compile error. You see, type mismatch, different number of return, like 1 versus 0. But what if I return? Will it then? Okay, yeah. Wait, does it not? Yeah, type mismatch 2 arguments versus 0. You see, so Jai actually statically checks that we are returning procedure pointers with the right amount of arguments. But it is a pointer nonetheless. So return foo. Yeah. And test returns procedure pointer. Let's do or return with sad. And then return foo. Oh, look at that. Modify returns false or return macro only supports procedure calls. Oh, because I did that. Okay, it compiles, but test returns procedure pointer. Assert result equals null. Yeah, it passes. And result equals foo. It's not gonna pass. Yeah. But if we actually happy here, then we pass. Nice, it works. So we either return foo or we return null. Right, let's do the sad path. Test returns procedure returns a null procedure pointer. And undeclared identifier, yeah, because we try to call it here. Boom, and it's null. And then I want another one equals test return a field procedure pointer. Right, and here we pointer a happy one. and return foo, and it all works. Oh, because I didn't assert it. Let's check if it breaks, and let's check it with foo. Works. Easy clap. Nice. Happy code. Yeah, it's very happy, and we work. Anything else I need to test? Integer, this is kind of boring. Let's maybe check something that returns a lot of different stuff. For example, maybe we'll like poison some of our maybe I can do this, right? Foo returns maybe string and return I am foo. And then I can like call it, right? Equals foo, and then foo result equals foo, and assert foo result equals I am foo. I think foo something wanted bool given right, so pum 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 pum. It accepts string and an integer. Let's actually just return the string. Let's just return them back. No. Just return s. Yeah. So we pass I am foo and we return it back. Not enough, and 0. Assert result for result equal undeclared assert. Assert. Nice. Test procedure pointers. Easy clap. Damn, today is a good day. Unlike yesterday. Yeah, it's very based way of writing tests. So yesterday I was porting my program, my keyboard program to Windows. And oh my god, I got so fucking triggered by a function. So before I start filling up GitHub repo, with this, let me show you something. Since there's so many people today watching because of turning rate, let me shield myself a little bit, right? So I'm working on a program. Here it is, right? So the program is a glorified key remapper for games. Well, not only for games, but gaming is kind of the main purpose. And what it can do is you can add like profiles per program, right? Like, and create a key bindings. And I support key bindings in multiple kind of modes. Particularly, you can remap one key to the other, right? So when you press U, escape comes out, or you can do opposite. So the keys kind of override each other if you press them at the same time. You know, like as OCD in fighting games like Smashbox or Arcade Hitbox, this is the way they work. And for Hollow Knight, I have A and D override each other. So when you hold A and press D, A will get unpressed, even if you physically hold it. Yeah, and this is used in speedruns a lot. Hey One on YouTube. Yeah, and it also detects currently focused program, right? You can see here, kind of. And so if I go and run Hollow Knight, yeah, oh wait, yeah, like that. right? If I run Hollow Knight, and let me bring the program here. Oh, where we are. Oh shit. Yeah, here it is. Right, if we, here you see, so how do I, if I show it on camera, let me, okay, so here's A on my keyboard. Oh, let me focus the game. Here's A on my keyboard, here's D on my keyboard, right? And if I hold A and I tap D while holding A, you see the character turns in place. I have this perfect one frame turnarounds. And the opposite, I hold D, I tap A, I get the turnaround. So I don't have to, you know, release the button to press another one. And this is because of my program, right? If I remove this mapping, then what happens is that I hold A, I press D, and the character stops in place, right? So I can't do that anymore. Yes, there are keyboards that have this functionality physically, but they usually cost like $200 or something. And this program turns your shit-ass laptop keyboard into $100 device, right? And let me add mapping. Let me add the mapping back. Yeah. And remaps, for example, U escape. I'm pressing U, and the pause menu comes up, so I don't have to reach for escape. And this only works in Hollow Knight, so I literally detect when Hollow Knight is focused. Yeah, so that's the program. And it's pretty robust on Linux now. And yesterday I started porting it on Windows properly. And I have this functionality, right? So when I select new program, it kind of has this... right, so you can kind of select from the list of currently running programs, and my X11 backend doesn't deduplicate them, but anyway, right, you can sort of select a program. And I was trying to implement this menu that displays running processes on Windows, you know, in the same way that Task Manager works. And the way you do this on Windows is by, where do we have it? Enum processes Win32 is by calling this procedure enum processes. Let me unflashbang you. How do you do that? Theme dark, yeah. You need to call this procedure from psapi.h to enum your processes. And I got so fucking triggered by it. Yeah, I have a split keyboard. It's actually my second one. Oh, you have one of those keyboards. That's nice, that's nice. So, I mean, the basic functionality works on Windows. Actually, I would even say that Windows version was implemented the first. But since then I started working on Linux, and Windows version just got out of date, so I was bringing it together. And I was using this procedure to get currently running processes, and I got so fucking triggered. You know why? Because it accepts 3 arguments, and look at that. First one is out parameter, second one is input parameter, and third one is also out parameter. So this is a weird ass procedure header that has an input parameter surrounded by 2 output parameters. Have you seen that before? It confused me so much. And that's not all. You see what it accepts? Like long pointer to ID processes, a pointer to an array that receives a list of process identifiers. I mean, okay, right? We need to receive a list of process identifiers. And then this, a size of this array. And look at this, in bytes. So you don't pass here an array count. So you don't pass it, okay, I want to receive this many running process. No, it needs to be in bytes. So it's count times size of U32. And it returns you back however many it filled, also in bytes. So you then need to divide it by 4 to, you know, and then after that you enter this kind of a dance, right? Look at this. It is a good idea to use large array because it is hard to predict how many processes there will be at any time you call enum processes, right? And it even tells you that to determine how many processes were enumerated, divide the needed value by size of dword. Dword is 32-bit integer on Windows. There is no indication given when the buffer is too small. There is no indication given when the buffer is too small. Therefore, if blah 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 needed equals to count that you passed, consider retrying the call with larger array. And this is and what did I end up doing? Oh, I need to pull it. Wait a second. Let me pull the changes that I did. Like first, the function is called k32 in enum processes. It doesn't even called. It's not even called like that, because you see in remarks, starting with Windows 7 and Windows Server 2008, psip.h establishes version numbers for functions. Because of that, in psip version 2 or greater, the function is called like this, k32 in enum processes, and it's exported to kernel 32. So you right? So you need to use it under a completely different name, like this. So I pass a data to an array, and then I need to do the count times, right? And then I accept the returned, which is also like number in bytes. And then I enter this kind of a stupid dance where, okay, if the count is less than whatever it is, then I just assign the new count divided by size of, and then I return fine. But if they're more unequal, I need to intercourse in the loop relationships, where I would store the previous count. Because if they're equal, I need to do like one more loop to make sure there's no more. And then I call that shit in a loop until I get the number of bytes that I can fit in my fucking array. And also every time I need to not forget to like divide and times. Divide and multiply. Yeah. And yes, exactly. If you have some kind of an example, I mean, in this case, we didn't get blessed by an example, right? We just like, yeah, go suit yourself. There is another page that actually has example of usage of this thing. But yeah, here, you know, yeah, here is an example. You have an example that actually does this. And here it even divides stuff. Right. And interestingly enough, it just does size of. Oh, yes, it uses size of because size of on a value, you can do size of on a value in C, right? And it will return you 1024 in bytes. Like this is I got confused multiple times. Like sometimes I would pass the count without forgetting to multiply it. Somewhere like I forgot to delete it, and it took me so fucking much time to figure it out. And on top of that, then you need to open each individual process, right? And I would have an issue where I would like get weird errors because, you know, enum processes would return you a system process that you won't have like an access to, and you kind of need to sort it out. And then there's some also dance to get the process name. But yeah, it was very, very, very triggering. That's the cleaned up API YouTube. Wait, one. It's very old and had a lot of iterations. Imagine they create D sentence and D paragraph. Yeah, for SIMD types, right? That are very, very wide. Yeah. And yeah, MSDN documentation is very hard. And when you read MSDN documentation, you need to be super fucking careful. Like, you need to read and reread the remarks, like, absolutely, or you'll shoot your fucking brains off. I guess out. Sorry, English is not my native language. But yeah, I got so triggered by by the stuff, but I was able to implement it, and it's also surprisingly slow. It would take like 800 milliseconds to get a list of running processes on my computer. So I guess the way to do it is to get them like 100 by 100 and then, you know, re-render your interface. And I cross-checked with Task Manager, and yeah, it actually takes like a full second for Task Manager to, you know, render all the processes initially. After that, they kind of got cached, I think, because the further process enums, they're instant. So it seems like Win32 caches them per process that requests or something crazy. I don't know. But yeah, initial code is kind of slow. Task Manager update, we removed the sleep function, true. But yeah, that's my main program kind of I'm working on. And the or return macro is like ooh, what's that? That's a binary. It's just kind of a side project I wanted to do to check out how cool Jai metaprogramming is, and it turns out it's very fucking good. So I think we can put it out on GitHub. Right, so let's write readme readme.md. Let me do a quick bathroom break, and then we will do the readme and all the official all the official things, like putting it on GitHub. Let me rerun my playlist. Yeah. Actually, before we continue, I want to lift the restriction with stuff that evaluates to Boolean. But first, let me check if are my streams still fine? Yeah, okay. I thought that my stream on YouTube died. That feeling when you restream to YouTube. Will this work? Wait. Oh, that's the wrong program. Or yes. That damn. Compile and this one, yeah. Procedure called you.match. Yeah, okay, we can't do booleans for this. But I think what I want to do is where's my set? I wanted to stop returning false and return this instead, like an empty kind of string array, right? And modify expected the last return type to be Boolean, right? And what if I just remove this restriction? Right? And I just say and I just say return whatever it is, well, it still works. It still works. So what I want to do is I just want to accept anything that evaluates to true or false. And if something doesn't evaluate to true or false, I think it just will be a fine little compile error. Let's check it out. Before I continue, tests, and let's say if we run or return on something that, like, you know, returns struct res1. Right, and if we call or return on something like that, where's the our happy one? I think it's gonna just explode with with semicolon required. Semicolons, am I right? And then undeclared return. Oh shit! It just worked. What? Oh, or return. I forgot to wrap it. I expect a compile error here. Yeah, look at that. So, procedure call didn't match any of possible overloads while building a string returned by this insert directive. The call sites argument types are res1. Possible overloads. So, is this error message good enough? I think this error message is good enough, right? The compiler pretty much tells us, okay, the call site argument is res1. We tried to negate it, you know, to kind of cast it to Boolean, but it's not possible. That's pretty good, right? You know what we can do? We can improve it kind of further. We can get last return type. And if last return type, compiler get type, compiler get type, and if we get type info, which is like cast to type info, last return type, and if this returns that bool, right? If it's struct, yeah, that's what I'm. Well, I can't really detect if it's castable to Boolean, but I know that I think in Jai the only thing you can't cast to a Boolean is a struct. Right. So if it's a struct, let me comment out the old one. We'll just do. Like the last return value of the procedure passed to or return is a struct structs can't be evaluated as booleans. Last return type, something like that. Unary. Oh, it's not last return type, it's type info that type, right? Not ti. So yeah, modify returns false. Last return value of the procedure type or return is a struct res1. Structs can be evaluated as booleans, right? Cool. Yeah, sounds better. Of the procedure pass to or return. I think we can even do of the procedure this. Right, we can even do it like that. Last return value of the procedure returns struct. You see? Like, we can be super advanced. Yeah, thank you. Look at that. Last return value over the procedure. Of the procedure. This. Last return value of the procedure. Passed to or return is a struct. This. I can return the column. It's a struct. Maybe we can even, you know. Structs can be evaluated as booleans. Yeah. Evaluated as booleans. So or return doesn't support them. Nice. Is there something to make it highlight? I think I can, I mean, I don't think I need to do that. I can of course output ANSI escape codes for terminal, but I mean, come on. You really shouldn't do that. Yeah, that's epic. This is a very good compile error. Yeah, this is a very good compile error, in my opinion. Maybe a bit too verbose. But I want to be super, like, you know. Okay, so read me. Yeah, I hope that it just works. And then, you know, somebody who would try to collect compile errors in some kind of external tool, right? Who maybe has some like something that doesn't support callers or doesn't expect callers. We'll have to parse them out. So okay, how do we call the repository? Like Jai control flow macros, right? This is a collection of Jai macros that hopefully simplify, hopefully provide some quality of life around verbosity of control flow, around verbosity of control flow, such as early returns, default variables in assigning default, early returns, and assigning default values assign default values in a condition. Kind of weird wording, but alright. Let me cook. If I tell you that this song is from Bomberman, will you believe me? That is not some like crazy rave from 90s London. Anyway. In this repo, or return macro, or macro or return mates early returns. Consider this example. Yeah, naive. Fool. Right, what would be an example? Like, like raw, or maybe like this, like profile struct, program like string key binds, like array of key bind and raw profile equals read entire file, profile that's CFG, and success. If not success, return like, I don't know, return this, and like result now result equals parse raw settings, and we paste like raw file. Result success, like that. Not success. Oh, we again return, and then we return result. This code can be shortened a bit with return macro like this. Let's call it normally like get profile, right? And we copy that. Result equals profile, and raw profile result equals or return. And then here, now this again, or return. Hey Kath, you. Привет, привет, я тебя помню. Поменял имя опять. Привет, привет. Да, стримлю только программирование теперь. But yeah, hello, hello. Okay, this code can be shortened a bit with or return. Yeah, I used to be an epic speedrunner before I took an arrow to my knee. So it can be shortened a bit with or return macro like this. Or return macro works similarly to or return operator in Odin programming language. And well, this macro is inspired by that operator. Let me link to Odin documentation. Or return. I gotta tell you, shoutouts to Odin for having these anchors for, you know, so I can link directly to it. This is my big gripe with Arch Wiki. Спасибо. So in Arch Wiki, sorry for flashbang, you have these sections and you literally can't click on them. Even though under the hood, they literally have IDs, right? So they have ID and you can do this, right? It literally works, but they, for some reason, they didn't expose them here with the hash banks for no reason. Like every wiki like site literally needs to do that. Similarly to turn operator in Odin programming language. Yeah. Main difference is that there's no restriction for named versus unnamed return values. Returns in the outer of the procedure where the macro got called. A lot of web devs forget, maybe that's the case. Right, main difference is that there is no restriction for named versus unnamed returns. If a return value is unnamed or named but undeclared, or return will return a default value for the type. For the type, yes, I can do I, but we sounds more official. Default return value for pointers is null. For pointers is null. Let me know if returning a 0 initialized heap allocated type is better. This is up for a discussion. It works similarly, yeah. In particular, so you don't have to go to Odin documentation. Or return pops. Check evaluates will inspects the last return value in the procedure of the procedure that you wrap into it, and if it evaluates to false, it returns from the outer. From the outer procedure, or return inspects the last return value of the procedure to wrap into it of the wrapped procedure, and if it evaluates to false, a lot of it, and if it evaluates to false, early return happens. Yeah. Or return in order to work, or return requires you to execute its meta program in your build file. See or return tests. See or return build, or I guess see the JAI in tests, for example. Yeah, and or return then, or else TBD, or continue TBD, maybe. What else Odin has? Does it has like or break or continue? Oh, it has or break. I wonder how useful or break and or continue. Like, I think or return is the coolest one. Operator that allows for simplified control flow in a loop. It functions much like a combination of or return and continue, and that it checks the last value in a multiple valued expression is false and or not nil, and if so behaves like a continue statement. Yeah. Yeah. Also for now, or return, like for now in the first version, or return only accepts procedure calls, but if it's useful we can accept anything that evaluate any expression where something evaluates to false. Let me know. And license meet. Right, so and good enough. And where's the meet license? Meet license. I guess I can go to my repo, because my SOCD cleaner is licensed under MIT and Apache. I don't remember why I do this. I think I got this habit from Rust projects, because Rust projects are often multi-licensed with Meet and Apache. And I think Apache is due to some patent, because it kind of gives patents away. Anyway, I'm not gonna complicate it. I'll just do it like that. License лицензия. Meet license 2025. Nick Crush, hey you done with or else? I done with or return. Or else is also done, but I haven't really, wrote tests for it or cleaned it up. So for now, I'm only releasing or return because it's the most interesting one, and I will gradually put or else there as well. License readme. As long as it's the CMU, that's unusable. Unless as long as it's not the CMU license, that is unusable. What do you mean? You mean the Apache patent clause? Or what? So we have or return. Print vars. Okay, we don't use it. I think code visit also is used here. Program print too. Or else Oak and Carnegie Mellon University license. As long as it's not that license. I see. Okay. Let's what do we have here? Test return null procedure pointer. Wait, what? Print expression. Wait, what? Oh, program print. I need program print. Yeah, modify return false. Or return. The result should be trueish or we return. Exactly. Return struct. Yeah, this doesn't work. Okay, yeah. Our test pass. And build. Yeah. I mean, the only thing that is kind of you can claim that's not very clean is that B tests is that here that you don't see return keywords anymore, right? You do or return, and if you skim the function, you don't really know that return can happen here. Because there is no kind of syntax highlight, right? Unlike like in Odin, you would have a syntax highlight in here. But I mean, you can configure your editor so that it highlights or returns separately. Right? Anyway, or else, yeah. We have new directory tests. Alt enter. Cannot create directory. What? Alt J. Control J. Control J? How do you fucking... Okay. Oh, you can't have directory in a file that's named the same. Yikes. Cringe. And we move. Where do we move it? Let me open the tests. I forgot how to use Dirt, so I mark tests and I mark build.jai and I do Dirt move or the Vim. How do you do this? Move? Do I just do R? Move two files to... Yeah, okay, you just press enter. I haven't done it in a while. Yeah, Dirt is one of the Emacs saving graces. It's one of the killer features for me personally. Okay, build, and I need to load like that. Or return build. And go to tests, and here load or return. Let's do import file. Right, let's do this. And compile, build giant tests. Ooh, while performing insert. Undeclared identifier sad. Why is it undeclared? It is undeclared because we are not loading it. It means we can't import or return, right? Do you know if Emacs has multiple cursor support without plugins? No, it doesn't. It does not. Real men get lost, true. Yeah. Multiple cursor in Emacs is with plugin only. But it's a very mature plugin, so, you know, you can freely install it. It's pretty good. I don't use multiple cursors because I'm a boomer. Like, I kind of got used to macros, and I know multiple cursors are kind of more powerful, but it's just, you know, reluctancy. So I can't import or return, and or return tries to insert, and it can't do that, insert string. This is actually interesting. So it can't insert this sad. Because it literally... Can I do insert scope? Okay, that kind of works. Oh, this identifier is backticked, but it's not inside a macro. Do I just say we require load for now? I want to learn multiple cursors, but I'm very used to Vim style. Yeah, me too. That's what I do. I either do like S here, or I just record the macro. Or I do like a rectangular selection, right? If not red 2. Yeah, I know that multiple returns are good. Is this what we do? Not found in the list of return values. Yeah. Oh, wait, maybe... Maybe I don't need to do it here. Type is match, type wanted int, type given string. While building a string returned by insert directive, in checking type of return value, type wanted int, type given string. Type given int. Sad. And it's because we do ret, and if we don't do... Wait, no. Type wanted int, type given string. Wait, what? This is weird. Oh. Yeah, this is understandable. Sad is not declared. I'm really glad that I wrote tests. So, so we have tests. There's a sad procedure. It returns int and array of strings. And it says, while building, type wanted int, given string, equals sad. If not ret, return none. This is fine. But while building a string returned by insert, checking type 1, type wanted int. Where is it? Yeah, int. Given string. Where does this string comes from? In which... Is this here? Bum 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 bum. Yeah, the buffer being corrupted. I think it's mostly a Windows situation. Like Emacs on Windows is not very good with redrawing stuff. So yeah, I can definitely see it being like an issue. On Arch, yeah, I don't get it often. Maybe do you write C++ in Emacs? Because if it's C++, then yeah, C++ mode fucking sucks in Emacs. Like it sucks massive cock. At your own language, I see. Yeah, I don't know, maybe major mode. Hard to say, hard to say. So, what the fuck do you want here? Right, type wanted this, type given int. Where does it get the string and int? Where does it come from? Where's the call side? Added string. Sad. Where is it being called? Do we know? I don't think we do. Like we don't really get a like a. So we code in few places, right? Here's also res1. So ret1 and ret2. Somehow ret1 and 2 are string and int. How is that? How's that? Somehow it is a string and an int. Maybe something gets fucked here. Oh, holy shit. Is this because... Wait. So happy returns string and int. Maybe it's because I'm inserting the code into an outer scope. It gets ret1 and 2 not from here, right? So it tries to reassign those, but they're getting assigned from here, from this outer call, right? So if I comment this out, now it works. You see what happens? Now it works. I need to scope this shit. I need to scope this shit. You see, I literally just moved stuff around, encapsulated into a module, and whoop! Get fucked, idiot. Almost released this motherfucker. Almost released this motherfucker. Yikes. Get fucked. How do I equals? So I need to scope this, right? So I can prefix them with like this ret and it index +1, and I can, so there's like a root code proc header return values, and so code proc header like with name. I can do it like that. Code proc header that name. I can do this. No? What the fuck is ret3? Oh shite. So, and if not ret right, so count code proc header that name. So I can do this. No, still fucked. And return, yeah, and return, and after that I also need to do this. code proc header name. This will work. So basically what I did is you see I postfixed all the values from procedure with its name. The only and it can break if for some cases we have the same procedure name that returns different shit, different types, right? But this makes it work. This definitely makes it work. Excuse me. Let's think of a better way. Maybe a better way would be to namespace it. Not namespace it. Put the values in the block. But can I then return them out of the... So let me try. Append, right, builder, and I will append this and /n. Like that. And then at the end I will do that. Like print expression like this. Yeah. Will this work? Wait, where did I fuck up? So this doesn't quite work, right? Because undeclared identifier, if not, blah, blah, blah. So I need to scope it not here. Wait, yeah. Not here, but like here. Oh, now it works when it's scoped like that. What if I now return this? Let me go to Git. And wait, let's not be lazy, okay? So we return that and this. Return this and this. And we return this and this. It works! Thanks fucking God. Putting it in a block works. Yeah! So, and you see what happened? We did this and, okay, let me put... I know that Jai doesn't care. White space, insignificancy, supremacy. But still. Alright. Let's get to the added strings. So now we get identifiers for our macro in the outers from an outer scope, so that all return works as a module, right? But we scope the macro itself. So everything in it is still kind of homogeneous and you don't need to do anything with return values, right? What's chat talking about? What if you have the same name of... Yes, exactly, Nick. That's why I rewrote it to blocks. That's exactly why. Yeah. You called it. So you must have a way to automatically place cursor instead of clicking in the window. Depends on the editor. Yeah, I'm not sure doing things optimally. What are you talking about? I see about multiple cursors, Yeah, okay. I'm new to Emacs, so I'll tell you how I do it with VS Code. Selecting all instances of the word, Ctrl-Shift-L, duplicating cursors in any direction on preceding lines is Alt arrows, select next instance. Yeah, I mean, it's very easy to do this thing with multiple cursors because you're able to automatically place the cursor on the same word. Because multiple cursors, it's not restricted with the rectangle. Yeah. And in Emacs, you would do this by something... Oh, it's not Alt-R, I forgot. But yeah, I don't really... Save... buffers. Yes, kill it buffer. But yeah, in Emacs, I would usually either do %s, right? If I want to change like return values to non like return values, right? I will either do this, so I mark some kind of a region and replace, or I would do Emacs way, whereas like query replace, so meta this, and I would do like return values, like, and replace with like non-return values. And then when I press enter, it will ask me for everyone, so I can kind of yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no, right? And with multiple cursors, I think you can skip one of the words with cursors, right? There's a way to like, you add cursors to the words and then you can like just skip one if you don't want this particular changed. At least that's how focus works, and I assume that focus mostly duplicates VS Code functionality with multiple cursors. But yeah, we all pass. Focus is more Emacs-like. I mean, it's more Emacs-like in a sense that it's not a modal editor, but Focus is nothing like Emacs. That's why I'm still using Emacs. Because Focus is mostly VS Code, yeah, it's VS Code without all the bloat. So Focus is kind of like Sublime Text, but without all of the Python bullshit. And free and open source. But yeah, what did I want to do? I wanted to do something. I wanted to see if tests still break if I do something weird with them. So for example here, if here I don't do this, it will return something. Okay, assertion failed, should return before this happens. Nice. Okay, we still work. The tests still pass. Nice. And if I load, will this work if I load instead of importing file? What if I load it? Will it still work? Yes! It works for both load and import file. So now this macro is infinitely superior. Let's go! Can do all that in the external terminal. If Focus had Git UI and debugger support, I would be so much nicer. I mean, yeah, it's definitely out of, you know, yeah. I don't like terminals in IDE because usually they suck. They're slow, they fucking flicker, they mess up escape codes. I usually don't like terminal to be embedded in my text editor. In this sense, I'm go kind of against this Emacs crowd that, you know, likes everything to be in Emacs. What I have is I have a custom command like Ctrl+XT, and it will open the external terminal in the project root, in the project that I'm currently working on. So when I need the terminal, I just do that. I just pop it off inside of Emacs. And Emacs has multiple terminals inside of it, right? That's the deal, that over the years they tried multiple times to embed a terminal in Emacs, and instead of, you know, removing the old one, they just kept it. So now Emacs has like 4 or 5 built-in ways to access terminal, and all of them are dog shit. Yeah. Or return unaccepted procedure calls. Or return requires you to execute its meta program in your build file. See build.jai in tests, for example. Yeah. I think that's it. So what do we add? We deleted this build, but we added tests. Wait, what the fuck? Unstage. Tests build, now we need to or return build and or return itself. And readme and the license. Build old. Yeah, I think that should be it. Now let's commit first or return release. Oh, let me. Secret. What's the first best? Organ song when you earn powers at 3. Yeah, I licked the dots. The dots. Okay. Get finished. And now I need to set up remote because, right? Yeah, because I need to create new GitHub repository. So how do you do that? New repository. What do you name it? Jai control flow macros? I'll just call it Jai or. Control flow macros for Jai. Public, yeah, create repository, and we need to add remote. Let's copy and magit remote add origin, and remote URL is gonna be this. Yes, set push, and we push it. Let's go. Fuck, I pushed a lot of crap. Shit. I pushed a lot of crap, so yeah, let me mk gear old and cp or else Jai, I guess just this to old, right? Not cp, mv. Yeah, delete it. Yeah, let's just delete this. We have license, readme or return build, right? And we have tests. Yeah, let's go. So here is the Jai macros. I don't know how many of you have access to Jai compiler and can use them, but yeah, here's our return. Give me the brown points, aka GitHub stars. Okay, here is. Yeah, easy clap. Soon I will also release my Epic keyboard program. Gotta use it in 2020. It's gonna be earlier than that, I'm pretty sure. All right. All right. Hopefully I didn't leak any tokens, and I think I'm kind of done for today because, yeah, that was very productive. Let's pass the raid, shall we? So Odin raided us, so we can raid someone else. We will raid Ryan. Ryan is working on his Epic debugger.
Work on as well, so I'm not doing the lister currently.
He's streaming for 3 hours, but I think he usually streams for like 4 to 5 hours, so we can definitely raid him. Yeah, we're gonna raid Ryan. Ryan is awesome, fucking based. Thanks everyone for watching. Here's my links. You can join the Discord for notifications, YouTube where I post technical stuff, and Streambots, and Twitter for shit posts. You can ignore it. But yeah, thanks everyone for following. for subscribing. Thanks, Soring, for the raid. And I will see you tomorrow, where I will be working on my keyboard program, probably on Windows, molding and seething about Win32 API, as usual. So yeah, thanks everyone. Bye.
I am. In fact, I'm calling you for the debugging engine. This is